Now in theaters.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to legend. You've been staying out so late, what's going?
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it. But at the end of the day, this'll be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
Alright, welcome on in. Let's do this. Ladies and gents. How y'all feeling today about this loss? You know, honestly, it's preseason. You know, so I'm not going to be that person that, you know, is like, well, woe is me, everything is horrible, you know? I ain't going to do that, man. Nah. It's preseason, guys, come on. Is everybody still on that train of let's overreact? Let's overreact to this or that. I'm not. I know this crew isn't. Man, before we get started, hit that like, sub, and bell. Select all. Leave a comment down below if you are new here and enjoying the stream. Or if you have not done so already. If you are interested in joining the fantasy football team, the Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League, leave a message in the chat or the comment section or the Facebook page, and I will get back to you. And we will get that straightened out. We are not playing for prizes this year. Next year, most likely, or the year after, once they get autographs available again, you know, where fans can get autographs from training camp, then we will start having prizes. So until then, you're just playing for fun, and top 3 winners will get a signed letter from me saying thank you for participating and congratulations on being top 3. And that will be that. You know, so show off your football knowledge if you'd like to be involved in that. With that being said, let's get started. Now, a lot to cover with this game, as expected. I'm trying to think how is the best way to do this. Quarter by quarter probably is the best way. You know, we'll go over each one of these notes that I took from these games, and we'll talk about them. And then I will give my final grades afterwards to finish up with that. And then we'll look at the stats from the game, and if anybody comes up with any players or anything in the chat, we'll talk about them. All right. So we're going in order by quarter. And I normally don't do this. This is kind of out of the ordinary for me. So, but, you know, the video layout will be the exact same as regular season. So expect that after the stream. I'll be recording that for you guys. That video should be out before midnight tonight. Expect that. Should be out. Alright, so we're going to start out with quarter number 1 here. Now, we started out on defense. And the defense looked good in that first quarter. Particularly Celestin. He had a nice good pressure and a forced bad pass. Came off the line very quickly and got the job done. So then Stanley Thomas Oliver III gets burned. And this is not the first time this happens in this game. This is not the last that this happens, is what I meant to say. This happens a lot. Let's put it that way. Due to mechanics, footwork, it's athleticism. So, moving on, you got Haynes with the late react on a play. I suppose that's covered too, but I'm not 100% on what that play was. We're still running that 5 deep. And I frankly don't know exactly when those coverages shift and when they don't. I don't know enough about defensive coverages, so you guys have to bear with me on that. Again, I focus more on the mechanics and, did you make the tackle? Did you not? What was your effort level? How did you handle press coverage versus the other type of coverages? So, yeah, I'm more of a mechanics type of person. So, yeah, and I did see Haynes with the late reaction there, just coming in late, and by that point it's too late. He's already gotten his yards. So then we got an offsides penalty by the same guy. Now, granted, I'm not going to complain about an offsides penalty, considering the fact that we have not had any up to this point. So, one is not, I can let that slide. That's going to happen in the first preseason game. Players are going to be sloppy. That it's going to happen first quarter. I get it. Yeah. So Bravion Roy comes out of nowhere and makes a nice tackle. Gets it done. And you got the let me pull up this roster here so I have it. I can actually refer to some of these numbers when they pop up in my notes, because I do not have it up at the moment. You guys have to understand, these plays go fast. They're lightning quick. So I try to get the numbers, at least, if I can't get the names. But I try to get the names, and most of the time I'm able to get the names. So let's pull up that roster real quick. Hold up. Alright. We are good. We got the roster up. So let's go. So we're going to go by number on this. Patty Fisher had some excellent coverage, and it was a really good pass rush before we got a tackle for a loss from Chandler and forced a 3-and-out. Chandler had a good day. I gotta say, Chandler had a really good day. In mostly in pass rushing. Coverage wise, not so much, but getting those tackles for losses and just plugging up the gaps, yes, he had a good day. So then we had a nice pass from PJ to Tremble. And I'm going to take a look at what number this was because he let go. Trent Scott let go of his block on that play. Now, granted, PJ's not been known to hold on to the ball too long, but every once in a blue moon he does. On that play, no. That was 100% Trent Scott just letting go of his block, and it put unnecessary pressure on PJ. So, this is just the offensive line, again, trying to work out the kinks. We're still trying to figure out who should be on that starting line, who should not. And y'all saw who we started. So, there you go. That may not be your starting lineup within 2 days. It may completely change. It may be a complete musical chairs in 2 days. Who knows? Like, we're still trying to figure that one out. But overall, Taylor Moton is going to be the starter. Obviously, Matt Paradis is going to be a starter. Obviously. Beyond that, it gets a bit cloudy. We get into some thundery weather there on that offensive line, as far as debating on who should start, who should not. And those battles are, even with this Colts game, they're still going on heavily. And, if somebody lets go of the block, I'm going to call them out on it. So, there you go. Then we got a false start by Trent Scott. One of many false starts today. My frustrations with the false starts just are continuing to grow. How many false starts did we have today? Does anybody have a number of how many false starts specifically out of those penalties? Because that was ridiculous. And it just got worse and worse and worse. What's up, Michael Samuels? How you doing, man? So yeah, Trent Scott's not the only one that's done it. There were at least 3 or 4 linemen guilty of it today. But let's continue on. We got PJ throwing a good pass to DJ Moore, medium range ball, middle of the field. Looks good. Yeah. Oh, okay. 8 out of 9. That sounds about right. I would have to say. Yeah, that number sounds right to me. Because it was really ugly towards the second half of this game. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We're going quarter by quarter. So yeah, PJ with that beautiful pass in the middle of the field to David Moore. That's what you need to see more of from PJ. Not this garbage overthrowing of just every receiver past the medium range area. And that's all you saw from PJ Walker the entire half. But on this particular drive, he looked good. I will say this. He had a beautiful wide open pass to Terrace. My God, it was a beautiful pass. And I mean, when he's not pressured and he sets his feet, he gets that perfect throw. It's on money. It's money, man. But what happens when he doesn't? What happens when he's rushed? What happens when he's pushed out of the pocket? And he tries to push and put too much power into these throws. That's where he gets in trouble. He tries to find these guys down the field, and it's just, God. But, Chuba Hubbard gets 3. You get a block in the back by number 16. That's the number I was trying to get. I write down these numbers, but I don't get the names sometimes. Zylstra. Wow. Yikes, bro. Yikes. And what I'll do is I'll go back and rewatch this stream and write down all the names and numbers and everything else. But I just want to cover them right now. He did have a nice block in the back. Steve Smith did talk about it and say he had a good block, but it was a block in the back. According to the refs, so what the refs say goes. Now, here is what I want to talk about. We get down to the 10-yard line. Nice looking drive. We get down to the 10. And here's PJ Walker. Overthrowing more in the end zone. So, you don't have to throw it up that high. You don't need to put that much power on it. Where's the touch? As Steve Smith says, where's the touch? He was talking about the Colts quarterback, but still, it applies to PJ as well. PJ's got no touch sometimes. So, yeah, he does throw it. Try more again. Became his favorite target in the first half. There's no question about that. So, he throws it slightly behind him. David Moore gets a nice catch. Still, But we end up settling for a field goal. Yeah, that wasn't the drive we ended up at the 10. My mistake. Yeah, he tried a 20-yard pass or something like that. And that's where he overthrew David Moore on that first drive. Okay. I'm trying to get... Alright, so we're up 3-0. Right? Then, we're back on defense. Stanley Thomas Oliver with a great pass breakup. Good pressure on the play. Happy with it. For the whole first quarter, I was happy with the pressure that this D-line was throwing up there. The second stringers. After that, it started to fall apart. You didn't see very much pressure at all from the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s. On down the list. So, obviously they were starting to target Stanley Thomas Oliver because, he was kind of, his mechanics were a little bit off. He got fooled by some moves, and the Colts quarterback figured it out. It didn't take him long. He spotted it right away in that first quarter. He started going after him. Then you got Melvin with a nice pass breakup. You got Julius being burnt by Campbell. And Julius, this is not the first time in this game he gets burned either. He actually got burned on a couple of plays before this, in the first series. But, they don't really catch that on film. But I was slick enough to see it, where he did get burned on a couple of routes by a few receivers. And this won't be the last time he gets burned either. There's a lot of instances where he gets burned. But he did make some good plays too. So then, you got the nice tackle and by Luvu. And Luvu, what a day Luvu had. I have to say this. No one was really paying much attention to him up until he started turning up the heat. And you could tell those Colts offensive linemen were just like, I don't want to deal with Luvu. I don't want to deal with Luvu. They were getting scared. But, you got Chandler with the pass coverage doing well for a good chunk of that game. You got forgive me, I'm still learning this roster, numbers and names, matching them up. But Haynes had a nice tackle on that screenplay to hold the Colts to a field goal attempt. Had he not made that tackle, that would have been ugly. So, credit to Haynes. He had some interesting plays today. Now, offensive line. The left side was being attacked mercilessly by the Colts. And I said it in last night's stream. That offensive line on that left side is vulnerable. It looks like raw meat because we don't know what we're doing over there yet. We got Brady Christensen over there. We got Deontay Brown over there. But we still don't know what we're doing. We still haven't found an identity, as Steve Smith said. So, I'm probably going to be quoting him a good bit today. Because he had a lot of good points that lined up with mine. So, you got Chuba with the nice broken tackle there, powering his way forward. And then here we go again with the false start. And this time, it is Cameron Irving. Come on, man. So, PJ overthrows Zalstra. What else is new? He's been overthrowing Zalstra the entire camp. Nothing new there, right? Then, you got Franklin tackling for a loss of 2. Awesome. Haynes with the strip sack and the recovery. Now, this is where Haynes starts to step up. And you got to think, okay, well, this is going to be a good game for Haynes. He's having a good day. Everybody starts out pretty solidly, except for that offensive line, really. Aside from the corners getting burned a couple of times, no problem. The only real problem at that point is the false starts, right? And the overthrows by PJ. But once the Colts started honing in on our vulnerabilities, it got worse and worse and worse. So, yeah, this is where things get hairy for PJ. This is where we get down to the 10-yard line. We're about to score. You're thinking, okay, I want 7. Start a quarter number 2, right? We want 7 points. We don't need to settle. We don't need to hesitate here. We need to attack. Because how many times did we ever get in that red zone today? With Will or PJ. We got to attack when we got that chance. So what does PJ do? PJ does what PJ has been doing throughout camp. Overthrowing people. He overthrows one of our wide receivers. I did not see who it was. But when I rewatch the game on NFL Network, I'll check that. And I'll see who it was. Yeah, honestly, it doesn't matter. The point is he overthrew him by a country mile. You're on the 10, PJ. Why do you need that much power on your throw at the 10-yard line, bro? Why do you need that? You're not trying to throw it to Steve Smith on a deep route. This is the red zone. Then, PJ gets pressured on the next play. Gets tossed out of the pocket, rolls out to his right. Sees a man in the end zone. But here comes the double coverage. Closing in. There's no window there. None. You would literally have to be Peyton Manning to make that pass complete. Accuracy. And I don't even think he would be able to do it. So, he forces that ball into double coverage when he clearly has a lane where even I could strap on a uniform and just walk in at that point with that much room. I could literally strap on a uniform right now, take over PJ's spot in that specific situation, and walk into the end zone instead of forcing a double coverage pass that made no sense whatsoever. Use your brain, PJ. God love you, but use your brain. And it just went on and on and on like this throughout the rest of that quarter, where he just doesn't use his brain. Overthrows the receivers, overpowers his throws. And it's so frustrating. Because I want PJ to succeed. I do. He's the man I really, really want to succeed out of any of these players right now. And he's the one that's just not using his brain and is just choking right at the moment. And I'm just sitting there like, come on, man. You're killing me. Like, I do not want to see this man cut. We got to cut 5 people on Tuesday. I don't want that name to be one of them. God help us if that name is one of them. Because we're going to have to go into the free agent list. We know what he can do. But for some reason he decides, I'm going to throw this. I've seen maybe 2 pro quarterbacks that throw it that hard, and they can get away with it because they're accurate. And one of them is Matt Ryan. The other one is probably Tom Brady. If I had to pick 2. But they throw it so hard that they literally almost break these wide receivers' arms in short coverage. But here comes PJ Walker, and he decides, I'm going to. Come on, PJ. So, again, we settle for a field goal. That's 2 drives. That's 2. Y'all keeping count right now? Because I am. Then we go on defense again. The pressure's on the defense. So we got Chandler making some good tackles. Again, Gross Matos with the run support. Shuts down the runs. They're still making about 3 to 4 yards per carry, really, if you want to average it out. We'll take a look at the official numbers after, but I would say around that time it was probably 3 to 4 range per carry, which is not terrible, but it's not great either. So you'd like to see a little bit more push from those gaps down a little bit tighter. But I'm not complaining because we were able to shut them down on pass coverage. So we had some nice coverage and a great tackle by Troy Pride. Yeah. Taylor with the pass deflection. Keith Taylor had a few plays today. Really liked it. And then Troy gets burned after a push-off. And I genuinely felt like that was a push-off on him. Y'all know what play I'm referring to, I think. So I won't say anything more on that. Chandler with another nice run stop, and then Julius getting involved as well as the run stops. So then you got Patty with a nice stop on the run toss. He shuts that down. Good for him, Looking good. Then here comes Luvu. Luvu in the clutch with a mammoth sack. And out of nowhere, this man comes flying out of the backfield and gets his sack. I mean, Luvu, man, come on. You got to show some love to this dude, man. He had a day today. I mean, really, he had a day. This is just the first half now. And he got that sack to force a 4th and 2. So now we go back on offense. This is where our troubles start back again. And Chuba Hubbard drops a screen pass. Now, I had one person argue that, he should have dropped it on purpose because of the fact that he's not going to get anywhere. Oh, and he might get hit, and it might risk an injury. Nope, not buying it. Not buying that argument. I'm sorry. Not buying it. This is preseason. As Steve Smith said, if you don't risk the biscuit, you don't get the biscuit. Point blank. If you don't risk it, you don't get the biscuit. And on a screen pass? Come on, man. Catch the ball and at least go 3 yards. At least go 2 yards. He's Chuba Hubbard, man. Come on. He's Chuba. I'm not saying the dude's built like a tank, but you could at least get 2 yards out of it on a screenplay. Maybe hope that somebody blocks for you and gets an opening for you. Wouldn't that be nice? But no, this is not the first time that Chuba has been dropping balls. If y'all remember in the training camp footage for the first joint practice with the Colts on Thursday, he actually dropped one after getting hit. You know, come on, Chuba. And he drops one later in the game too. That's the problem. That's the problem here. So if you can't even hold on to a screen pass, there's something wrong there. You know, they ran him a bunch in the second half, and he didn't really get much done because of the defensive tackles that they have, and linebackers in that depth chart. But, you kind of take that in stride and just say, okay, well, it's the run game. What are you going to do? So then you got PJ with a great pass to Terrace Marshall. That pass was fantastic for a number of reasons. One, that's the pass that he was wide open on. There was nobody around him. He got that separation. He was wide open. And PJ just says, "Yup, I'm hitting this pass." So then PJ goes back to David Moore, who is covered up. Completely covered up on a slant play. I'm thinking, oh no, here we go again, PJ. Come on, man. Use your brain. Look somewhere else. You got options. How many other wide receivers we got on this roster right now? That we have been subbing in and out all game long. Either through PJ or through Will Greer. And you are only going to look at David Moore? Look around, bro. There's more than just hot routes. So, Trimble catches a good pass from him, and then we end up settling for yet another field goal. So it's 9-3 at this point. We stalled again. That's 3 drives. We settled for field goals. 3 guys. Yikes. Defense comes back on the field. Gross Matos has a great sack. Now this is a play I want to point out. Josh Burns. So on this particular play, and Big Cat pointed this out in his reaction to Josh Burns. He analytically studied him. And if you guys haven't checked that video out, we put that on stream last night. So on this particular play, he guessed wrong. He thought it was going to be a run. It was a pass. He's looking straight at the quarterback. does not see the open guy, to his left. You're looking through the eyes of Burns right now, right? There's an open guy about, 10, 15 feet from you to the left. And you're over sitting there looking at the quarterback like, maybe this is a run, maybe this is a pass. And he commits to the run. By the time he figures out it's a pass, it's too late. You're screwed. Because that's a wide open receiver. And he had to have some help over there to cover that up. But he could have had a pass deflection. He could have had a pass deflection, ladies and gentlemen. Had he been paying attention and he called it right. But Josh is not the reactionary person. And Big Cat called it out, man. He's right. He's not a reactionary player. So, he missed an opportunity. Which, it happens with Josh. He misses a lot of those types of opportunities, so, nothing new. So then, we had to run stop again. And this time, Phil Hoskins gets the tackle. Nice job, Phil. And then we had Keith Taylor getting burned on a stutter step, on an out route. It was more like a corner route, really, but it was still an out route. Defender says, whoop, completely fools him. He falls for it and gets to the outside. And Keith's just sitting there like, okay. All right. It's like, I'm going to let you have this one. Because of the type of coverage we were in. And this is a pattern, ladies and gentlemen, because we consistently chose the wrong coverage patterns. And that's on Phil Snow. That's not on the players, that's on Phil Snow. And I saw that a number of times where these corners got burned because they're in the wrong coverage area. They were in the correct coverage area for what the coach, the defensive coordinator called, but not for what these wide receivers were running. Therefore, you're going to see a lot of corners burned in this game, which you did. And this is not new. We had that situation last year where a lot of corners got burned. You look back at Corn Elder, you look at Troy Prod Jr., you look at Dante Jackson. All of them got burned last year in some way, shape, or form because we were in the wrong coverage for what these quarterbacks were running against us. But at the same time, we still had success on pass rush because they had no idea what type of pass, yet it was a choke as well. In that way. Yeah, and you're going to expect to see a lot more of that. Which is why we hired a DB coach. And this guy has been electric for us. Now, you wouldn't know it because our corners keep getting burned because they're in the wrong coverage. But that coach has been doing an excellent job of coaching these guys up, and making sure that they, keep their heads down, keep it eye level. There's a reason he says that. Because if you lift up as a DB, if you are not paying full attention to the man you are assigned to cover, you're going to get burned. Point blank. That's just fundamentals. You're going to get burned. And that's no matter what coverage you're in. It don't matter if it's cover 2, cover 5, it don't matter, man. It don't matter if it's 5 deep. It could be any coverage. If you're not paying attention, you're going to get burnt. So, that may be questioned. Watching Phil, is he better as a run stopper or as a coverage man? And that's a complicated question because of the fact that of the different coverages that we were running that Kurt Warner even tried to break down, and he was just like, I don't know what they're doing here. This is different from what everybody else is doing. So when you factor in that, plus the fact that he was doing really, really well as a run stopper, I won't say really, really well. I'd say he did good. Let's be realistic here. He got the job done. The running backs did get maybe 3 yards on him, but he got the tackles. Let's be real, he got the tackles when he was called upon. He got there. So, yeah, it's a complicated question in that respect, And the complications come in with the coverages. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to look at him during training camp and we'll see on the 17th. So, PJ throws it behind Terrace Marshall Jr. He still manages to catch it, which was impressive. That shows Terrace's hands, and his ability to recover, But that ball should have never been behind him to begin with. We continue on, Chuba with a huge run, showing some great strength, got 59 yards out of that. And Chuba's got the potential to do that. But we got to get him some holes. We got to block. We got to open up those lanes. And if we don't do that on the left side, all our runs are going to be on the right side of the line. And a good chunk of them were today, and you noticed that. We tried to run a little bit on the left. It ended up just being a couple of draw plays, but for the most part, we were trying to push the defensive line through the right side of our offensive line to make those gaps for Chuba and our running backs. Because we are not solidified on the left side. That's why. But he showed a lot of strength. He even broke a tackle on that play, I believe. Didn't he? That was great. Then Deontay Brown got hurt. Does anybody know what happened with Deontay Brown? Because I saw that, and I was like, I don't remember ever seeing any update on him. I think they did mention it, but I don't remember what it was. But if you guys know it, please throw it in chat. Then we get a false start on Brady Christensen. But they blamed it on the tight end. And welcome to the chat, Corey McKinney for Facebook. We are multi-streaming at the moment, YouTube and Facebook. So, and if you're not familiar with what we're doing right now, Corey, I'm kind of going quarter by quarter instead of position by position, which I normally do. So that's why we're currently looking, throughout the game, because there's so much to unpack in this game and really analyze, player by player. So, but I'll read your chat messages though. Chuba was getting bottled up most plays till the big run. I would like to see a sweep play. I agree with you. We tried to run him in a screen play, and he dropped it. So, take that for what you will. You know, Chuba's been dropping some balls. Would I be wrong to say Thomas Oliver III looked better than Troy Pride Jr. today? No. No. And that's kind of a loaded question, considering the fact that you look at the types of coverages that Phil Snow was running today, and none of them matched up really well with what that quarterback was doing. Yeah. And Sam Ellinger roasted us as well. Sam's a quick study. If you're not familiar with Sam Ellinger from Texas, I definitely encourage you to watch some highlights because this dude is a very smart quarterback. And when he sees a weakness, he is going to attack. He's not going to sit there and just be a pocket quarterback. That's not who Sam Ellinger is. He never has been. And if you watched him in Texas, you'll know that. So, he easily recognized a lot of the coverages that we were running and said, okay, well, I can attack this matchup here. I can attack this matchup here. And a lot of that time, Thomas Oliver III was targeted. Troy was targeted as well, a good chunk. But, that's a complicated question. Really. You look at them both overall, I would have to say Thomas Oliver III did look a little bit better than Troy. As far as pass breakups and things like that, and not getting burned. And that's when both of them were in the correct position that they were supposed to be in. Now, when they're not in the correct position, due to Phil Snow's choice of coverage versus the Colts quarterbacks, then it becomes, how well did you tackle? How well did you have closing speed? How well, did you drive him out of bounds at the right time? Did you not drive him out of bounds at the right time? There's a lot of factors that go into that. So, frankly, overall, I'd say Thomas Oliver III looked better, as a whole today. We're going to roll back into this. So, with the false start of Brady Christensen that was blamed on the tight end, then you got a false start from Mr. Matt Caskey. And this just keeps going. How many false starts did we see? It's ridiculous. And at this point, if you're Matt Rule, you're going, really? Again? Do y'all have discipline? Or am I going to have to show you that drill too? In some way. I can't teach you that. You got to learn that yourself. So, then we got that gorgeous pass to Shi Smith. That was rainbow. Absolute rainbow to Shi Smith. And then he completed one to Tremble in the end zone that was intended for Bayless, which is fine with me. Either one of them can catch it. I don't care. Touchdown. Cool with me, man. But Omar Bayless wasn't really targeted that much, surprisingly. I thought he'd be targeted a little bit more than he was. You go back on defense. After after the 2-point conversion that was not attempted because of a holding on Tommy Tremble. And that's the other issue I got with this offensive line is the holding penalties. You're going to see a lot more of it in the second half here as we go along. So at this point, you're looking at 15-3. We're looking good. Everybody is happy. We're looking strong. We just got to get a little bit more consistency on offense, right? We got to clean up those penalties. We got to get a few things done. And then we're good. 2 minutes into the 2 minutes left, first half. We go back on defense. And Taylor has some good coverage, but he did get beat on the play. So then, we get Josh Burns with a nice tackle. To keep things moving. Patty gets involved again. And then the Kenny Robinson helmet to helmet. He gave them an opportunity to try to score, which they did not resist. They took full advantage of it. But before that, Christian Wilkins had a really good run stop up the middle. Stuffed the lane. Didn't give up too many yards there. And then the run D collapses on the goal line. And ladies and gentlemen, Scott Chandler doesn't fill the gap. There's always that one player that is responsible for filling that gap, and that is Sean Chandler. He overextended on that play. Now you're going to see Josh Burns do the same thing later on. That is poor technique. That's something we got to teach these guys in training camp those last 3 days once they're back in Wofford. I want to see it. I want to see y'all work on that. I'm hesitant to say I want anybody cut right now. But the fact that these guys are just walking right in, like you're just walking casually into a grocery store. Can't have that. These guys have got to stop up these gaps on that goal line. They've got to. So, as a result, touchdown Colts 15-10. Then Chuba has his second drop of the game. PJ overthrows again. Deontay Brown goes down with an ankle injury. PJ way overthrown again. And then he forces an incomplete pass to a covered up Tremble. Then he overthrows it yet again. Both of these are deep balls now. Way over these wide receivers' heads. So the Chuba drop at that point forces a 63-yard field goal attempt. Which, of course, is no good because Joey Sly was, pushing it to the right all day today. And I don't know what's going on with Joey, but that's not unusual for him really in long distances. Um, because I do remember that being a thing last year too, for a little bit. So maybe he's fallen back into those bad habits. I don't know. But 63 yards, that we should never have to try from that distance if PJ had been actually hitting his targets. This is again proving my point that PJ just looks awful out there in deep balls and some medium passes as well. Now, we go into halftime 15-10. And I'm going to say this before we start getting into the second half. You guys saw it on tape. You can't ignore it. You can't cover it up. You can't troll. It's there. PJ's overthrows are the reason this man will not become the number 2 quarterback. I'm saying it now. It needs to be said. It needs to be done. Starting tomorrow. Will Grier has clearly won the job, in my mind. I'd like to see a little bit more of Will Grier, but at this point, watching the first half, that's all I needed to see. That's all I needed to see right there. Was PJ just keep overthrowing the ball and just forcing bad passes and making bad decisions. And it's just, I'm so disappointed to see that. Because we all know what he's capable of. We've seen it in 19, we've seen it in 20. Man, I hate seeing that. I just hate seeing good players regress like that. And the thing is, the deep ball was an issue for him when he first started out, but he cleaned it up a good bit. And he was making smart decisions in 19 and 20. And now, the medium pass has become a problem for him. The medium accuracy. And it's not him under pressure. That's That's another thing I wanted to test with this Colts game is how does he do under pressure? Well, he rolls out of the pocket just fine. He doesn't get sacked. Not a problem. He doesn't hold on to the ball too long. That's check mark that one. He's doing fine there. Then when he steps up, his technique is fine. Everything's fine except for the fact that he's overpowering that pass. And yet again, proving my point, it's on tape. Everybody's seen it now. Just about every Panthers player and fan and organization member has now seen it. So are we going to cover this up anymore? Come on. We can't ignore it. It's there. It's like a gigantic elephant in the room. I don't know. I don't know why Will has not won the job yet. Honestly, in my opinion. I don't know why. And then you taint Will by giving him a bunch of run plays. That's not testing Will. We've seen Will's handoff. At that point, you're just testing the running backs. You're just testing the offensive line. That's not what I'm looking for. Now, when I look at Will, I want to see how he handles some of these passes. And he passed the test. he passed the test for me. Yeah, he didn't pass it with flying colors, but he passed it, with the throws that he did make. Granted, that's not going to show up in the stats, but, look at the ones he did complete. Look at the accuracy on those passes. That's what you're not going to see from PJ. Anybody can throw a short pass. Anybody. You could literally get a janitor from BOA Stadium, put him in the uniform at quarterback, and he would complete a slant play to one of these wide receivers. I feel like name a free agent quarterback out there right now that can't complete at least a screenplay or a slant. And that's just basics. That's basics. Now add on the installed out routes, add on the installed go routes, and then you got something going. You got your basic Madden format, right? But here's the thing. This is where the quarterbacks make their money. If you can complete these deep passes like the one to Shi Smith, if you can complete the deep balls to Terrace Marshall Jr., that's where the money is. And if you can't complete those passes, you're in deep trouble as a quarterback in the NFL. Deep trouble. Because you are easily replaceable at that point. There's 100 guys fighting for your job. Now, are you going to sit there and keep overthrowing me? Overthrowing wide receivers? Or are you going to work on it? Will Grier said, I'm going to work on it. And the results have shown it. Through training camp and through this game. Now you got it on tape. Not that you don't already have the training camps on tape already, but now you got it against live opponents. So, are we still going to ignore the same problem? Or are we going to try to fix it? If you're PJ Walker, that's up to him. Hopefully he fixes it. Because I would love to see him stay on the roster and stay in a Panther uniform. But, I can't guarantee that with the cut coming up. And I don't think you cut a quarterback this early. If you're going to. Nah. Matt Rule said, we're thinking about 2 quarterbacks this year instead of 3. I think it's too early. But again, now that you guys have seen it, now that everybody's seen it, it's like, okay, well, now what? And it's not pressure. It's not pressure. We've seen him cool and collected during that first drive. Even under pressure. That's not what's causing these overthrows. So that being said, are we still going to throw up troll posts and be like, well, Will Grier outplayed PJ Walker, and you're just looking at the stat sheet? You can't just go by the stat sheet. That's half the game. The other half is the visual. And I'm just sitting there looking at people that are trying to troll post this like, were y'all watching Trevor Lawrence or were y'all watching PJ Walker? If you think PJ did well today. I think he did okay. I'm not going to say he did well, but I'm going to say he did okay. Because because anybody can throw short and medium passes somewhat successfully, he did okay. I'm not saying that we should cut him. I'm just saying we should keep an eye on him. But, for people to sit here and tell me that PJ Walker had a great first half, not buying it. I'm not buying what you're selling. I'm not smelling what you're cooking. I don't get it. I don't. Y'all must be seeing a parallel universe PJ Walker because I'm not seeing it. Y'all are looking at the same throws I am, and you're still gonna throw up those posts. In all seriousness, these are not troll posts either. These are total serious posts. And I saw one right after the game, and I was just like, "Are you serious?" Can y'all see me rolling my eyes right now? Because I am rolling them right into the back of my head. I'm like, either this person was drunk while they were watching this game, or they were just clearly not paying attention. And always saw what they wanted to see. But, I do love PJ, man. I think he's a great quarterback. Once he's got everything settled and figured out, he's got the potential to really rock some defenders and get things done. But he's got to figure himself out first. It's going to take time. Unfortunately, he's running out of it. He's getting. You only get a small window of time as an NFL player, and then that's it. You got to take advantage of it. Don't waste those opportunities. And Steve Smith will tell you the same thing. He will tell you exactly the same thing, word for word. All right, so we go into the second half here. We got more blown coverages. We got Celestin with the good tackle, and then we give up a big run play on a draw. And I'm thinking, here we go again. Now, remind me, folks, wasn't it the draw play that roasted us last year on the running game? Now, granted, we didn't have as good defensive tackles as we do now. But remind me again, that's exactly the same play. They're roasting us with the exact same play that we got roasted with in the regular season all last year. Come on, man. The fact that we were able to stop and hold them to like 3 to 4 yards average on those runs is improvement. Don't get me wrong. But eventually, you're going to see a big run. It's going to happen. You keep attacking and attacking and attacking that D-line, it's going to happen. So, naturally, going into quarter 3, that's when it happens. So the very next play, we got Frank Heron forcing a bad pass and excellent pressure from our guys, starting out the third quarter. And then it just kind of tapered off. Did y'all notice that? It's like we start out hot, and it just gradually cools down until these guys just don't get there at all. And I'm thinking, okay, well, I don't know. So we had a good tackle by Stanley with no linebackers in sight. Open field tackle. And then Kenny Robinson, out of nowhere, gets this interception. And I'm thinking, yes! Yes, Kenny Robinson, your day has come. You know? This dude has been quiet the entire game up until that point. You don't see him at all. He comes in and gets that pick. And you're looking at that quarterback. You don't want this smoke. You don't want this smoke, dog. These corners want that smoke. So, we go back on offense. We get a good short pass by Will Greer, you know. And we get a decent run by Brown with a good run block. So you're thinking, okay, well, we're getting something set up. Very nice. Yeah. Then the draw play, we got some good run blocking there. And this is really when we started draw play, draw play, draw play, draw play to death. And it just became boring at that point. It's like, I understand y'all testing out the running backs, but come on, man. You know, save that for the fourth quarter. When we don't have anybody else in. Save that for then. You know, if you want to run like the third or fourth string running backs for a little bit, that's fine, but don't go ham with it. There's no reason for that with play calling, and that's on Joe. That's on Joe Brady. You know, all the play calling is on Joe Brady. So anything you saw on offense, play calling wise, that was on Joe Brady. Unless one of these guys audibled it. So this is why you saw a bunch of draw plays. This is why you saw like Chuba Hubbard getting used a lot in the third quarter and fourth quarter. You know, it was kind of like, okay, well, the question is, you know, are we testing out the running backs in the offensive line, or does Joe Brady legit see something that we're attacking? You know, does he see a matchup that is potentially good for us? And you start out thinking that, and then once you get towards the end of the third quarter, you're thinking, okay, well, this is just ridiculous. We're running the ball way too much. And we got way too many dead drives. You can't test Will Grier properly when you're constantly running draw plays. You can't. Let me see. I think I got these stats up here somewhere. I gotta look them up. Let me see Will Grier's stats real quick. Yeah, Jacob Eason, 15 for 21 for the Colts. You know, and he was attacking our bad coverage. That's what he was doing. He was going after Thomas over the third, and he was also going after Troy Prott Jr. He had a rating of 97.9. Now, this is what I wanted to point out. Will Grier had 10 attempts. Will Grier had 10 attempts in the entire second half. the entire second half now. He completed 6 of them for 31 yards. Now, how are y'all going to say that Will Grier played bad? That's 60% of his passes completed out of only 10 passes. That's not enough to get an accurate gauge on Will Grier in a live game. I'm sorry to break it to people, but that's how it is. That's just how it is. You can't. Then you got PJ Walker with 21 attempts, and he completed only 10 of them. 89.6 rating. He did have a touchdown, but that was inside of the red zone. Consider that was inside of the red zone. This wasn't a deep pass. This wasn't a medium pass. This was inside of the red zone, inside of the 10. Where he is making money happen with the short ball. Accuracy-wise. He's not going to miss those. So, 161 yards, but consider how he got those 161 yards. Yeah, he had 3 really long passes, and that was it. A couple of medium balls, nothing to get excited about, but they moved the chains. But the short ball was money. That's how we got 10 of them. 7 of those completions were short balls. I can guarantee you that. At least 6. The rest were short passes, were medium passes, and a deep ball. So, again, tell me how Will Grier does not outplay PJ Walker here. Tell me that. Because I'm not seeing it. Now, Grant, I will give you this one too. Will Grier holds onto the ball a bit too long. He does. I measured the snap count. It was 3.5 to 4. He took too long on both of those plays where I guess they only counted 1 sack. That should have been 2 sacks, though. I mean, let's be real. That should have been 2 sacks. He held on to that ball way too long. And you can't expect your offensive lineman, no matter, they could be the quality of the offensive lineman that we had in 15. And if you hold on to that ball for that long, you're looking at a sack or a fat forced incomplete pass. It's point blank. You cannot do that. So yes, Will Grier does have his weaknesses. All the strengths, all the weaknesses were put on tape today between these two. Will Grier's deep balls were good. They were money. He had maybe 2 incomplete deep balls, and I'm not going to fault him for one of them. He was trying to squeeze one of them into the corner of the end zone. And quite frankly, you get a one-on-one matchup that you like in the corner of the end zone, medium to deep pass, you're going to try it, right? That wide receiver is going to run out of real estate, but let's see if he's got hands, It's worth a shot. So I don't fault him for that one. The one I do fault him for was he did overthrow one of those wide receivers, that was going on a deep go route. So that's an overthrow to me. There's no way you're catching that ball. It's uncatchable, so there you go. So again, please do tell me how PJ Walker outplays Will Grier. When you look at the entire scope, I don't see it. Maybe y'all are seeing something I'm not, but I don't see it. And when you look at the pressure that was being put on our left side of our offensive line, and I told y'all that would happen. If you were watching the stream last night, I predicted this while looking at that Colts roster and that depth chart. I hadn't even seen a single Colts preseason game yet, and I already predicted that was going to happen based on their strength versus our weaknesses. And I mean, with the Colts pass rushing, it's above average. It's not great, but it's good. It can put some heat on some people, depth-wise. It could definitely put some heat on them. But they made our left side look as bad as they actually are of the line, which is expected because we haven't figured it out on the offensive line on the left side. We're still trying to figure it out. So that being said, let me get into chat here before I go back and continue on with going through my game notes. There's still a lot to cover here. But yeah, I can get to some comments here. Brady Christensen looking good. I agree. I absolutely agree. Can't wait to see how our starters do. I'm looking forward to that too, Spacer. You'll have to wait until the Steelers game to find that out, though. Or go to the training camps. And I'll be posting some of the videos up of the training camps, so you can check those out too. If you'd prefer to do that. If you can't make it to any of the training camps in Wofford. But, and most people can't really, because they live out of state or they live out of country, so I try to do that for everybody. But yeah, you'll get to see the starters in those videos for sure coming up this week, 17th, 18th, and 19th. So be looking for the videos on those 3 days. Joint practices with the Ravens on the 18th and 19th. So that should be a lot of fun. I'll be at all 3 of those this coming week. Now, next comment, Lock Poppy. I thought we played decent. Saw good things from Marshall and Shy Smith. I agree. I like both right now. They both look solid. I have 0 questions about either one of them. Despite our poor quarterback play. So that's the thing. Troy Pride is trash. Cut Troy Pride. I don't know, man. I don't know. Because you have to consider what coverages Phil Snow was running versus what we should have been running. And we got burnt a lot at corner. So, yeah, there's a big question about that right there. What's going to happen there? Then we got some solid rookies on this team. I think so too. Shy Smith, Terrace, and Hubbard were very solid. I agree with that. No questions about the three of them for sure. Hubbard looks like another McCaffrey. Yeah. Yeah. I would not quite the next McCaffrey, but maybe. Maybe. His speed and cuts. Excuse me, guys. I'm gonna play some music for you guys here for just a second, and we'll get back into the next topics here.
Endless experiences to leave you endlessly transformed. From dining that delights to rejuvenating spascapes, a world of experiences are waiting. Where can we take you? Marriott Bonvoy. Tap to find your experience.
All right, guys. I am back. So, apologies about that. You know how it is with family, constant interruptions and stuff like that going on. So, I'm a busy man. It happens. I'm used to it by now. And I'm not saying that we should get used to it on the stream, but I'm trying to avoid that. So, anyway, so we're still talking about Hubbard, right? The speed and cuts are really good, yeah. I agree with that. You should stream them from your phone. I can't do that. Last time I tried to stream an NFL game, I got banned on Facebook, man. They don't allow you to do that. Oh, face cam off. I see. Okay. But yeah, I can't stream the game itself. I can stream my facial reactions to it and have it going in the background voice wise, but I cannot. Yeah, not NFL games, right? I've had a lot of questions about that actually in the past few days here, so I just wanted to make that perfectly clear to everybody. The training camps, yeah, I can do the training camps. They don't care about that. Fan day, I've been getting away with that this year. I still don't think there's a policy in place on that, but we'll see. But, if anybody knows, as far as I know, there isn't one. But if somebody does find one, let me know. And I will adhere to it for sure. You saw Troy get burnt 3 times? Right. Well, here's the thing about Troy. And again, this is Phil Snow's defense, as far as coverages. Big Cat explained it. No, Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner was the one that we watched the video on. Where he explained that we're going 5 deep, and changing up our pass rush coverages. Who's going to get, how many pass rushers are we going to throw in there? How many are we going to leave back, over the middle? And when you look at it that way, it does change how these corners approach, press coverage versus how they deal with regular coverage. So that's kind of a very complicated situation there. Where, oh, okay, my bad. Thank you. Appreciate that, D-Wade. Saw your chat message there. But yeah, that is a very, very complicated situation there. And as I'm not very well versed in defensive coverages, so bear with me on that type of a question and answers area. I'm still learning that part of the game. And I will figure that out at some point, as far as where these guys are supposed to go and why and where and how. But up to this point, I do sort of agree with you that Troy is getting burned a lot. But I don't think that's 100% his fault. You know what I'm saying? That's the point I'm trying to make. Who was the best defensive back that I saw today? interesting question there. That kind of goes along with that. I've got to say Stanley Thomas Oliver the third, and it's a close battle there. It's a real close battle. Okay. Kind of sucked for me. I barely saw anything from the first half. Saw the good Chuba Hubbard run and the Tommy touchdown. Yeah, I mean, I fully encourage you, if you have NFL Network, to go back and watch this game, the first half of it, to take a look at PJ Walker. But overall, really what you missed was a lot of false starts. You missed a holding penalty. And honestly, it was a lot of overthrows, really. It's what you missed. Nothing new if you've been paying attention to my footage of training camp or hearing me talk about PJ. Nothing new there. Terrace Marshall Jr. doing his thing. Really, what you missed was the defensive part of the game. That's what I would encourage looking at. Because there was a lot that went on with that. And it is worth your time. I was at Wall Wing, and the network was messing up the entire first half, kept freezing, and finally went black. Oh, man. I'm so sorry, man. Nothing you can do about it, though. Sometimes that happens. I had one person message me that they had network issues. And I think one person told me that I think it was like a total blackout in Charlotte or something like that. I don't know. So you're not the only one to tell me that. So that's rough. Sorry you missed it, but at least it was a preseason game, and you can go back and rewatch these things on NFL Network, or if you got DVR, then you can go check that out. But on the local networks, they don't replay it, so unfortunately, that is a thing. Third quarter and on was fine. For me, third quarter was kind of okay, but once we started doing a bunch of draw plays, I was just like, this is boring. Nobody comes into the third quarter thinking, okay, well, I'm going to watch a bunch of draw plays and watch these running backs get tested over and over and over and over again on drives that don't go anywhere. Nobody thinks that when they're going to watch the third quarter. And again, Will Grier only had 10 attempts. So, where's the rest of those plays? Well, the rest of those plays, if you look at the time of possession, was the Colts that would not let our defense get off the field, plus running plays on our part. So, blame that one on Joe Brady. And the fact that we couldn't get off the field on defense. Because our offense wasn't doing the right things, mechanics-wise, they weren't getting the job done at all, And, that's what it is, Okay, let's see. Hello, everyone. Good game. I know the Panthers lost. We lost by a field goal. Yeah, I mean, if PJ had been more on target, we would have had no problem. We would have gotten more points, right? we wouldn't have to worry about that extra field goal. We wouldn't have to worry about that 63-yard attempt. We wouldn't have to worry about these field goals going wide right. And the extra pressure on the kicking game. You guys see how this domino effect affects every part of the game now? That game was a perfect example of it. And it started with PJ Walker's deep ball inaccuracy. The offensive line kind of, they did all right. You can't really blame it on them. So then the play calling changes, right? When the play calling changes, the wide receivers don't get enough separation. They start to falter. Then enter into Will Grier. Will Grier has 10 attempts, doesn't do much, but, and the fact that the offense falters puts all the pressure on the defense. All of it. So, the defense stays on the field too long. They get burnt. They get run over. That leads to points. As you saw, we had this game under control for a good chunk of it. And the reason we lost control of it is because we could not get the defense off the field. They were constantly out there. Because we're not getting points. Sound familiar? We had the same issue from Derek Anderson. We had the same issue from Joe Webb back in the early days. This is not new from our backup quarterbacks. This is not new. What is new is the fact that PJ is digressing instead of progressing, which is what we need. And making dumb decisions like that forced throw into double coverage. Like, what even was that? Was anybody else frustrated with that too? Please tell me I'm not the only one. All right. But yeah, third quarter, fourth quarter, bunch of running plays. Yeah, nothing exciting. You want to test out the running backs, fine. But a lot of people are going to get bored with that. And the defenses are going to see that and go, "Oh wow, this is predictable." Just like the old John Fox days. Exactly, David. Thank you. That offensive coordinator we had the John Fox days. Y'all, how many of y'all have been around since then? I have. I was around since 04, 05. I really started getting into the game right before we went to the Super Bowl and had that excellent season. But, I was still learning the game and the basics of the game at that point and starting to love it at that point. But, the first thing I noticed, and I could tell you right away, is you don't run a draw play on first down every single drive. Who does that? Who does that? Even in the Fox days, that is just I don't even know. That's back in the day, though. That's not our concern anymore. We got rid of them. We got rid of John Fox. They're both gone. So, but yes, David, you're correct. That's exactly what it felt like. It kind of, that was kind of, that really brought back the nostalgia right there, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I'm going to be honest. I did not at all. But, had PJ been more accurate, we wouldn't be trying for the 63-yarder at all. Should we get a new kicker? No. Not yet. I think let's give Joey some time. You know, a lot of that was pressure, and some of it was technique. I think let's give him a little bit more time. Let's take a look at him. Let's see what he may or may not be doing wrong, because he looked fine during training camp up until that Colts game. So I think, yeah, honestly, I feel fine with it. I feel fine with keeping him around for a little longer. Because he was doing fine last year, right? He looked good. So, to me, give him more time. He's earned it. Kenny Robinson, I thought, did a great job too. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Lock Poppy. He sure did. That pick was clutch. And I could feel it coming too. I could feel it coming. Man. That ball was underthrown by about 2 feet. And Kenny says, yup, I'm getting that. Mm-hmm. That's mine. Yoink. That was beautiful. Anthony Rochelle says, we had a lot of false starts. Yes, we did. That really, really pissed me off. I'm not going to lie. And this started about 2 weeks ago on that Monday. Y'all remember that Monday when Matt Rule was extremely unhappy with the offense. That's when it started becoming a pattern with the false starts. And then it just got continually worse and worse and worse. Until here we are. With what, 6, 7, 8, 9 false starts in this game? Like, I lost count, guys. I lost count. And I was just like, really? What we need for drills for that, I think, is I think we do this in the live practices with the Ravens, is we get them to line up their front 7 versus our front 7. Quarterback, running back in the background. And then we have and we just do drills where we have them try to draw us offside, draw a false start from us. And we just run through about maybe 20 reps of that, 25 reps of that, and just see what happens. And if we're still pulling false starts, then we need to look at technique. Like Steve Smith said. I think, that's how you solve it. You put the speakers on full blast at training camp, and you have them test our offensive line. Because did y'all hear how loud that Indy crowd was cheering during that set of 3 false starts in a row? Did y'all hear that? That's only preseason. Imagine going into Seattle. Imagine going into Green Bay. Imagine going into some of the loudest stadiums during regular season, and we haven't fixed that problem. Shoo! That is dead drive central. I'm telling you right now, that is dead drive central. That's how you fix it, though. You run that drill about 25 reps per practice, and you just have these guys just try to draw off offensive line offsides. Whether we're doing joint practice or not, just blast the music. Get it as loud as we need it. I don't care. I'm not even going to try to get video of that. I will let you guys do it. Because I want to see our offensive line be disciplined. I want to see them be focused. I don't want to see any false starts in any of those practices when we run that. But I think that's the best idea as far as like trying to find a drill that may work to fix that problem. It's tough. Maybe you make the guys that commit the false starts run laps, but I mean we tried that, and it just seems like it's the same guys over and over. So I'm like, we can't. We could cut these guys, but I mean, do you want to do that with the issues we have on the offensive line on the left side? You know what I mean? Because like most of those false starts came on the left side of the line. We saw a few on the right, but you know most of them came on the left, where we've been really struggling. So you know, again, my question is like, how are we going to try to solve that? Because it's got to be solved before the regular season starts, or it's going to be bad. There were a couple of years where we just had no discipline on the offensive line, and you just saw false start, false start, false start, false start. And these refs were just doing laundry out there. You're thinking, okay, well, no discipline. It's something that's got to be addressed. And now we've seen it on tape, too. So it's on tape. You can't ignore it. Because the amount it's happened, and it's a stagnant problem. It's become a bad pattern. So I don't know what to do about that one, other than the drill is adjusted. Yeah, I think that may work. May work? Question mark? Because you know, at this point, we don't know what's going to work for these guys. Different things work for different people. You know, so, you know, just like some people are visual learners, some people are audio learners. Who knows? So I don't want to put words in people's mouths, you know, as far as what would work versus what wouldn't. But I think we do need to try to address that problem. That's going to be a major one. Yeah. Bottom line, it's just preseason, though. As Ian Rappaport says, do not overreact to preseason. Do not overreact to preseason. Do not overreact to preseason. It just, yeah. We get it, man. You're right. But there's certain patterns that you gotta address. Otherwise, you're not going to get anywhere. And the fact that I was able to point out all of these problems before we even played the Colts shows me how bad these patterns are and what level we're dealing with these problems. You know, how serious they are. Also, while we're on the topic of Kenny Robinson, and that's where I left off on my game notes, the helmet to helmet. You can't, dude, if you can't see the guy, don't helmet to helmet him. It's not rocket science. Come on, Kenny. Use your brain. You've been having a great game, but use your brain. You know what I mean? We can't have that. So again, at that point, we have a walk-in rushing touchdown by the Colts, making it 15-10. They're coming back, third quarter. And again, there's supposed to be one player that's supposed to fill that gap. Can y'all guess what that one player's number is? Number 34. And I pointed this out earlier, and we're getting right back into it again. Gives up that easy walk-in touchdown. One of those was Josh Burns. The other one was Sean Chandler. I don't want to see either one of them on that special teams unit again. In that situation. I don't want to see either one of them in there again. Josh Burns might be able to recover. But Sean Chandler, no. Sean Chandler's better if you got 3 to 4 yards rushing. And you want to stop there. To prevent a second down play from turning into a big run. Or you want to force a third down and short or something like that. Off of a 3rd and 8. Let's say, for example. Sean Chandler's better in that area. If that's what you want. But Josh Burns, when he diagnoses a run, he fully commits to it, and he will get in that trench and stop you. And that's why I'm not completely opposed to Josh Burns being in those situations, but he's got to not overextend and fill the gap. That's the problem I've got with him in that particular scenario. And that's why we gave up 14 points right there. Is Josh Burns and Sean Chandler. So I kind of wanted to explain that to people that, may have seen these plays, but they just don't understand how these walk-in touchdowns occurred. Well, there you go. Get names and numbers, because I'm telling you, watch for this again against the Ravens. When these two guys go in that specific scenario, it might be 1 yard, it might be 2 yards, right on the goal line. Don't expect Sean Chandler to make that play. He's going to overextend. Josh Burns should not be overextending in that situation. He should be getting right in that trench and closing up that gap. Because that's what he does. Which makes me question, what happened there? I don't get it. And it cost us 14 points. And when you're dealing with the goal line, you got to have a solid group of guys on that line that will plug up those gaps. Or you're done. It's an easy walk in. Dude, Refrigerator Perry back in the day could have walked through that gap. You know what I'm saying? You got to step up and not overextend. That's the point I'm trying to make. How did Patty Fisher play today? Quite well, actually. I was very impressed with Patty Fisher. I think, we learned a lot about these linebackers today. What they can and cannot do. And Patty Fisher looked good. Yeah, I've got him making a lot of plays today. Matter of fact, he made a nice tackle right before Kenny Robinson got that helmet to helmet. So there you go. So then the offense goes back onto the field after that 15-10, right? Chuba drops the ball again. What else is new? Deontay Brown goes down with the ankle injury. Hopefully that's not too serious. That's a serious loss as far as what we have on the offensive line. So we really need him back in the worst way possible. So PJ with the overthrows, halftime. All right, we go into the third quarter here. Sam Ellinger's in. I didn't see that first series. I think that was offensively because I was just coming off the halftime stream. So I don't know if we were on offense for that first minute. Can y'all tell me what happened there? I'm gonna look at the chart for that. I want to see what happened because I need to know. And this is why, I try to catch every series that happens. And if I miss a series, then I don't get those notes. And that's okay, but let's see. Sorry, I'm tired. Long day today. It is what it is. So the third quarter. We have a 3-yard run. Brown. And then we got another 2-yard run by Brown. Nothing exciting there. And then a shotgun pass incomplete to Richie. And I'm not sure what happened there with that incomplete pass on 3rd and 5 to Richie. Since I didn't see it. So I'll have to go back and re-look at the replay of this game a little bit. And I'll probably notice different stuff in the second time. So I'll be streaming probably the day after I see it. We'll see. Scheduling wise, I'll post a status on the Facebook page to let you guys know. Whether I'm going to be when I'm going to be streaming and what happens there. But I do want to re-look at this game in a few aspects, in a few areas. In particular, that one. That play. Golly. Game wears me out. Okay. Cool. I have no idea what that was. Something broke on my desk. But whatever. Let's go into this. And this is where in the third quarter you got a lot of good tackles by a lot of different defenders here. And yeah, Deontay Hurt is definitely not good. That's definitely not a good thing. But let's talk about this illegal formation. And that was CJ Saunders. What in the world happened there? I want to go back and really relook at what that formation was so we make sure that we don't do that again. Maybe he just wasn't lined up correctly. I don't know. I mean, Matt Rule was saying some stuff about how we didn't line up correctly or we ran the wrong cuts, wrong routes, stuff like that. Yeah. So maybe that was part of it. That was going on there. But either way, we gotta not do that again. Okay, so around the start of quarter number 4, you saw Will hold on to the ball too long and took a sack. Okay, so just so you guys know, 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, that ball's got to be out at that point, or you're in trouble. Because if that count goes anywhere past 3.5 seconds, you're holding on to it too long. And that offensive line is not responsible for what happens to you after that. That is entirely your fault. So, yeah, again, Will's weaknesses are shown clearly on tape. You can see them too. So, Fletcher, the long snapper, gets a fumble recovery. Good on you, Fletcher, man. Ooh, I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Have y'all ever seen a long snapper get a fumble recovery? I don't believe I have. That's a new one to me. So, full credit to him, man. That's fantastic. That's got to make Panthers history somewhere. Watch it get very little coverage. But, Steve Smith pointed it out, so, maybe it will. Who knows? But that just shows you how well the special teams coach has been doing with this crew here. And just really coaching these guys up. You saw him get animated in the last 2 minutes of the game if you were paying attention that far into the game. But hey, he was a former linebacker of ours on our roster back in 14, 15? So there you go. Alright, so let's talk about that fumble that ended up being our ball. Now this was let me get the number real quick. This was Richie. I don't think they ever mentioned the name of the person that fumbled it originally. But yeah, it was Giovanni. And if you go back and look at the tape on that, I feel like he was down. Now, there is an NFL rule that the ground cannot cause a fumble. There's an NFL rule. So that entire Barnum and Bailey circus that happened after that, that supposed fumble, should not even matter. It should have been down right there where Richie supposedly fumbled it. Now, because it did not end, and the refs decided, oh, I'm going to wait an extra few seconds to blow the whistle because I want to see what happens here. You know, just in case it is a fumble, which is fine. You know, then you got the whole balancing act of did he step out of bounds before he picked up the fumble? You know, and who recovers this thing afterwards if he did stay in bounds? So there's like 3 or 4 parts to this play. All in one 5-second segment here. So it was a lot to break down. Then the Colts coach challenges it, you know, and I'm thinking, none of this should have ever happened. None of it. He was down. If you go back and look at it, Richie was down. And even Matt Rule was standing on the sideline going, really? What? What just happened here? You know, can I get an explanation, please? You know, I'm with you, Matt. I'm just as confused as you are right now. Like, I want to rewatch that again. And if y'all have DVR, stop it right there, right before he hits the ground. And you'll see he has full control over it. And the ground causes a fumble. No defender touched it in the process of him landing on the ground. The ground causes the fumble. So, please explain to me how all that 3-ring circus nonsense happens afterwards. You know, if you call that correctly. And granted, this is preseason, so, you know, this is practice for the refs, too. They're seeing weird situations like this, so, you know, hopefully, we can hope they get it right. But, obviously, we can call them out on it if they don't. But that was a really weird play. And I wanted to call attention to that one. In particular, because I felt like they got it wrong. I'm sure a lot of people are going to have different opinions on that. And that's cool. You know, feel free to share them, you know, be respectful about it. But, you know, feel free to share them. You know, I'd like to hear what other people thought happened there. You know, from your perspective, what do you think? And I'd like to cover that a little bit, you know, because that led to a crucial drive that we did not get anything done on. That we should have gotten something done on. So, you know, field position is very important in a game. And that is Exhibit A right there of where field position becomes a factor. A major factor. Okay, say that was not a fumble, right? Let's play devil's advocate here. Imagine that that was not a fumble. Imagine that that ball was spotted right there. Then what happens? You got Will Greer, who's been throwing some decent balls at that point. We may run some draw plays with Brown. And then third down, you'll see Will Greer try to throw a pass. You know, what happens on that third down pass? We may never know, right? Maybe he connects with somebody. You know, I think that's interesting to kind of explore that. Because some of these what if scenarios could very well have happened. in games. But again, we're looking at preseason, so you're thinking, okay, well, it doesn't matter now. It's preseason. Well, it does matter when you're talking about these players trying to make pushes for roster spots and depth chart spots. It matters a lot. That could hurt Richie's chances right there. And Tommy did look better than Richie, let's be real. So it didn't really make that much of a difference today. But had Tommy Tremble not had a good day, that could have made a huge difference. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is why I wanted to call attention to this, because when you're dealing with position battles, it's crucial. Turnovers are crucial. You know, that determines your spot. And at the end of preseason, you either make that 55 or you don't. Point blank, you either make it or you don't. You either end up on that practice squad or you are looking for a job if you don't make that 55. And I would hate to see Richie end up in practice squad because of that. I would hate to see that happen because he's a really good tight end. And I believe he deserves a spot, you know, on at least practice squad. But I feel like maybe the 55. Maybe the 55. I would hate to see him get robbed of a chance because of that turnover that should not be a turnover. You know, that fumble that should not be a fumble. You know, you guys see my point now? This is... Plays like this are important. And that's why, you know, I look at Chuba Hubbard and I'm like, you got to start catching these balls. One of them's going to turn into a pick. One of them's going to turn into a fumble. Then what are you going to do? That changes the entire game. Yeah. And likewise, on the other side of the ball, you got people like Frankie Louvu, who today just showed up out of nowhere and got that sack. And just played really, really well. You know, the last person you expect, right? No one's looking at Patty Fish and no one's looking at Frankie Louvu. Well, I was. And I'll tell you what. When these guys came into the woodwork, I was not surprised at all because they had a strong training camp so far. You know, I'm not saying great, but strong for sure because I haven't seen most of the linebacker drills. But now this is making me really want to look at those linebacker drills in a whole new perspective and say, huh, you know, maybe we should pay more attention to these. You know, maybe this might shed some light on this linebacker battle. And, you know, there's so many aspects to this 90-man roster that I had to look at, you know, in training camp, you know, to see exactly where we were, you know, in certain areas, certain positions, certain situations, certain drills. Yeah. There was a lot to observe. There really is. And that's why you have so many coaches in so many areas on the field. You know, yeah. Scouts as well. You know, there's no way as a head coach you're going to be able to figure out all of this stuff within a month without all that help. And credit to the people that do these jobs, man. I couldn't. I would be focused on maybe 2 or 3 areas, and that would be it. Because I wanted to focus on specifics. Mechanics, techniques, stuff like that. I would not be able to. It's tough. It's tough. That's why these guys get paid the big bucks. So, yeah, I'm looking down this list here, and I'm trying to find who I want to talk about next. You have very good analysis. Thank you, David. Even with the good analysis that I have, I don't catch everything. I try to catch as much as humanly possible, but again, I'm human, so uh, I feel like I catch a lot more than a lot of people do. The fine-tuned details and small stuff, the mechanics, the techniques and stuff like that most people miss. But and other people pick out stuff that I don't see. So, that's why I'm more than happy to have these conversations with people like Kevin Avery, from the Four Man Rush, Big Cat on occasion when I'm in his chat. I like talking to the people in that chat there. And even Shellytron's crew. I like that. I like that crew too. They know what they're doing. They know their stuff. So, yeah. And it's one big family to me. I don't feel like it's competition. I feel like it's, brotherly love. We're helping each other out by providing each other information that we can help each other out with, and make this team better. So, if you're a YouTuber and you come through here, please do share some info, man. Like, I encourage it. Anything you got, I will be glad to share my input as well. That's how we want to do things. So, I'm just looking through this list here to see who catches my eye that I want to talk about. I think the reason you didn't see much of Omar Bayless is because he's considered a starter, but he's not really a starter. You know what I'm saying? He's right on the verge because he's had such a great camp. But and we'll just talk about these players before we look at the stats. Just anything that comes to mind real quick. I didn't see Hartsfield out there. Yeah, we saw Rod Smith a good bit. Fullback position in the third quarter. I didn't see Nate Hall. I didn't notice Julian Stanford either. And I don't know how many of these guys were actually injured that I'm naming right now. I don't think any of them. But I just didn't notice any of them in today's game. So let's see. Frank Heron got my attention for a little bit. Think he did good. We saw some of Sam Tacklenberg. I saw no issues with Sam Tacklenberg. I think he's solid. Yeah. Tyler Moton doing his thing over there. Looking like the Pro Bowler that he is. So, Tommy Tremble. How are we feeling about Tommy Tremble? How you guys feel? Let me know. Because I thought he had a pretty solid day. Despite being overthrown a few times, but, he got targeted a good bit. Bravion Roy with the big play there at the critical time. I didn't see much of Derek Brown, to be honest. And realistically, we shouldn't, because I think he's listed as a starter. I gotta double check that, but I think he was. Marquise Haynes made some plays. But the player I want to point out is Gross Matos. Since being put in the second spot in the depth chart, he showed his frustration today. He got motivated. And you saw it for a few plays. You saw the competitive fire in this man. And I was like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I kept saying it was a mistake to take him out of first string. I kept saying it. He should have never been taken out. But they wanted to test out Marquise Haynes, though. So I was like, okay. Okay. All right. You do you. That's how I feel about this game. I feel like there were a lot of opportunities to do a lot of good things. We had a lot of players show up today and do things that needed to be done at the proper times. So, let's see. Rod Smith. Okay, yeah, Wiley. Ladarius Wiley. I am so glad I ran across that number in my notes because Wiley had a great day in the third and fourth quarter. Mostly in the fourth. I think they put him in the fourth. But yeah, he was noticeably impressive. He got that tackle for a loss on a run play. Once he figured out that was a draw, he was in the backfield. And he got that tackle for a loss of 3. 3, maybe 4 yards. I think it was technically listed as 2. But I call it 3. Because he was back there in lightning fast. I didn't see which gap he split, but, he was there. Before that play ever got started. I like him. So, let's see. Colts got that touchdown and a 2-point conversion, tying it up. So, then we got the 3 false starts. Let me point out the names of the players that got the false starts. And it's 3 different players here. Let me get... Okay, we got Mike Horton. We've got Martez Ivy. And then we got Logano. Now, let me check where these guys are on the depth chart specifically. And I'll tell you what my thoughts are. Okay, Martez Ivy is 4th in the depth chart at left tackle. You had Mike Horton, I believe, had one as well. Caskey had one at right guard. So that's false starts at left tackle, left guard, right guard. Brady Christensen counts, so that's right tackle. You know, so that's a false start in every area except center. Think about that, folks. Mike looked good. Sam Tacklenberg looked good. You never saw a single problem out of either one of them. Yet the rest of these guys get drawn off sides. We got to test that. We got to figure out what's going on. That makes me really uncomfortable. Now, granted, if this was consistently on the left side, I would not be surprised because that's where the majority of the pressure was coming from. But the fact that this is on the right side too, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is a discipline problem at this point. This isn't just a talent problem. This is a discipline problem at this point. When you got people on the right side doing this too. So, again, test out the entire line. Do the draw as suggested. We'll see how things roll. Or don't do it and see what happens. Management doesn't have to take any of my suggestions. It's just advice, But I encourage them to listen, but if they don't want to, that's their choice. But I have pointed out a lot of flaws in the last 2 weeks that we need to look at and take very, very seriously. And if we don't fix them, guess what happens? Regular season goes down the drain. All right, so you got. Oh, okay, there's Frank Heron. Did he have an injury? Did Frank have an injury? Does anybody know? I saw him go down for a little bit. Maybe that was like a hamstring or something like that. I don't know. I didn't see what happened to him. But, yeah, Christian Miller had that great run stop at the end. But he also gave up a big run before that on that same series. And also on that same series, you got let me see. You got, guess who? Josh Burns missing a tackle on that play. Now, granted, that running back they got over in Indianapolis is fast. But I have a hard time believing he just juked out 2 of our guys. For no reason. Josh, here's the thing with Josh. I've seen him have really good angles today, and he just misses tackles. And I'm like, huh. because there's no reason he should be missing these tackles. But, as Big Cat pointed out, he's not an athletic. He's not a reactionary player. So therefore, unless he is in the right spot at the right time, he's not going to make that play. That's Josh Burns. Take him for what? And here's the thing, man. Take these players for what they are right now. Point valued exactly how they are. They have shown all their strengths, all their weaknesses. They have put all their cards on the table in this Colts game. You've seen them. This is face value what we have in our depth right now based on this Colts game. And I know people are saying, don't overreact, don't overreact. I'm not overreacting. I'm telling you, this is a fact. Because everything I pointed out in this stream, I've been watching very closely and paying attention to every detail that goes on. And I've seen a lot of these patterns even before this game showed up. So, the whole don't overreact, it's preseason thing doesn't fly with this depth chart. Throw that out. These guys are what they are. Everything's been put on tape. Good or bad. Strengths and weaknesses. Everything has been put on tape now. It's been shown to the fans. It's been shown to the management. It's been shown to the coaches. It's been shown to the players themselves when they start film studying this tonight. And I guarantee you, Sam Tacklenberg is already looking at that film. He's already studying it. Because he wants to get better. And honestly, he did a great job today. No one's even... I'm not going to be the one to throw him under the bus. No way. No way. But if you are a student of the game, not just a player of the game, but a student of the game, these players are already looking at this game film tonight. They're already studying it. I can guarantee you that. And they're going to see their strengths and their weaknesses on tape. And they're going to say, oh, I didn't even realize this was a bad pattern. I didn't even realize this is what I was doing. If I tweak this, if I change this different pattern here, if I change the mechanics, if I change how I'm approaching this, maybe I can get better. That's what you want to see. Going into the second week of preseason, this is what you want to see. As this stuff is on tape, let's see how much these patterns change. Once we get to the 17th, 18th, and 19th, I want to see some of these patterns change that are bad. And I want to see how many patterns still remain on the 18th and 19th. That's going to tell us where we are in the depth chart. We have a solid idea of who our starters are now. Because of those that did not play today, we know exactly who they are. We don't have to guess. We already know it's going to be Matt Paradis. We already know it's going to be Taylor Moton. We already know it's going to be Ian Thomas. We already know it's going to be Robbie, Christian McCaffrey, Sam Darnold. We don't have to guess that. We already know this. Now, Eflin, did we see any of Eflin today? That's what I'm trying to think. I don't think so. But I would have thrown him into the mix. I would have thrown Cameron Irving into the mix as well today. And just see how they did. John Miller. Because I'm not feeling confident about that offensive line at all. When you take your starters out for the first week of preseason, I want to feel confident about every player that I take out. If I don't feel confident about every player that I take out on that starting role, don't take them out. Point blank, don't do it. You need reps. Cameron Irvin needs reps. Pat Eflin needs reps. John Miller needs reps. I feel like they do. Because we have not solidified the offensive line. We still have false start issues. We don't have discipline. We don't have anything. So until we have that solidified, do not take these guys out. Now, we feel confident about DJ Moore. We don't have to question that. We feel confident about Matt Paradis. We don't have to question that. Go ahead and take them out. Ian Thomas, sure. Robbie Anderson, sure. Christian McCaffrey, absolutely. We don't want him on the field any longer. We have to put him out there. Sam Darnold, same thing. We've already solidified these guys are the starters for week 1. Get them a little bit of reps against the Steelers, sure. Not a problem. I don't have a problem with that. First quarter, go for it. You look at the defense, Brian Burns, this guy doesn't need any reps. Come on. Shaq Thompson, nah. You don't need no reps in the first 2 games. Dante Jackson, nah. Jeremy Chin, definitely not. Chin looks good. Personally, I would put Dante in for a few reps, because of the fact that Phil Snow is putting in some weird coverages, and we're really trying to determine what we're doing at corner. So I'm okay with that because I saw him get burned a lot last year on some really weird coverages. So, yeah, I have no problem with Dante going in for a little bit, in the second game. But don't overdo it. For that specific reason. Horn, get him maybe 2 series. Put him in for 2 series, see how he does. After that, no. You don't need to put him in after that. You're just risking injury at that point. Yeah. Defensive tackle, I feel like needs to be in, though. I'm not 100% sold on Nixon or Hoskins. I'm not 100% sold on Braven Roy. I'm not 100% sold on this pass rush either. I know Haynes is good. I know Christian Miller's good. But what I need to see, and I know Gross Matos is good. What I need to see is Morgan Fox, and I need to see Frank Herron. I need to see more of those 2 guys. Right on the right side. I need to know what we're doing with them. Morgan Fox, I haven't seen anything of Morgan Fox. I haven't heard anything come out of training camp about Morgan Fox at all. I need to see some tape on this man. I need to see some drills by this man. I'm lost, as far as who he is. I don't know who he is. I don't have an identity for him. you know, as a streamer, as a Panther streamer. Now, Luvu, we found out exactly who he is today. I was hearing some good things about him from the starter camp before he got injured. But yeah, guy's solid. I think we found out a lot about some of these players. We found out a lot about Kenny Robinson, second string. Troy Prod Jr. Does anybody know? Did they get any results on the MRI yet, or is that going to be tomorrow? Probably tomorrow. Before we hear anything, maybe midweek. That's how that usually rolls. I'm going to check the news and make sure. And then we're going to look at the stats. Okay. Oof. I'm good, guys. I'm good. Marquise Haynes continues to prove his value. He had that strip sack and fumble recovery. So Panthers get big plays from rookies. Yep. That's exactly how today went. All right. Nothing yet about Dante Jackson. About Troy Pride Jr., I mean. I will post a status about it or share whatever I find whenever that pops up on the Keep Pounding Facebook page. Keep Pounding in all caps is the name of it. So if you haven't joined that yet, please do. That group in that community. I would say we're a family, really. So, but if you haven't done that yet, go for it, man. It's a great way to interact with me during games because I'll be posting stats, I'll be posting updates, and all kinds of things, So, definitely you'll want to do that if you want to talk to me in game. Let's see. So where is injuries? Be under. No? I don't see it, guys. Okay, I see transactions. Where'd they move the injuries section to? I don't know. I'm not worried about it right now. Let's get into some of these stats, shall we? Alright, so and as soon as we're ready, we will jump into these stats. Give me just one moment. There we go. Okay. So if you look up on your screen, we got the game summary here. We got the list of all the substitutions and the list of the ones that did not play. Okay, Eflin did not play. That's one of the questions I had. Dennis Daly did not play. Taylor Moton did not play. Irving did not play. Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to know. I could blow this up if you guys need me to. There we go. Okay. So there's our scoring. We had the field goal. We had the second field goal there. The pass from PJ Walker, the kick failed. We got the Colts scoring there. And Sam Ehlinger ran it in for a touchdown. Now, I want to point out a particular play where we left a wide open gap up the middle. And Sam Ehlinger said, "Wow, I'm going to run circles around this linebacking crew." So he gets a big run of about 8 or 9 yards, sliding as he does so. Yeah, and ooh, sorry it's late. Trying to stay focused here. Apologies. But yeah, Sam Ehlinger is not one of those pocket quarterbacks that you can just flush out of the pocket and expect him not to do something. And case in point, Sam Ehlinger, 8 rushes for 30 yards. That's 3.8 average. And his longest was 11 yards. Do y'all see this right here? This is what I want people to pay attention to. Now do y'all see why I said don't sleep on Sam Ehlinger in the draft? Now do y'all see? This is not your typical, I'm going to sit in the pocket and just pick apart your defense. I can do that too, if I'm Sam Ehlinger. But I can also rip apart your linebacking crew and run circles around it too. This is an extremely underrated quarterback right here. Extremely underrated. I was warning people about that, man. Y'all got fair warning before everybody else. So I'm glad y'all understand this is what we're dealing with here. 10 for 15, 155 yards when he got his opportunity. His longest was 47 yards. Yes, he did get intercepted. If you've watched his Texas tapes, that's not unusual. He will throw a pick every once in a blue moon. But if you let him, he will shred you. And that's exactly what happened during that series. Both of those series, actually. Alright, so again, you've seen our numbers as far as PJ Walker, Will Greer. There they are if you want to look at them. But I'm going to focus on these wide receivers. Notice how many times these guys are targeted. And how many of these they actually come up with. That is much better than last year. Much better. Granted, it's preseason, but that's much better. Now, here's the one I want you to pay attention to. Chuba Hubbard targeted 4 times. He only caught one of those balls. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing now in Chuba? He's a running back. He's not a wide receiver. I made that point a while back. And a lot of people ignored that. So I said, okay. Have it your way. Have it your way. Act like this is Burger King. But I'm going to tell you. When you put Chuba Hubbard in a wide receiver spot where he's got to catch these slot balls, you know, where he's got to catch these dump off passes, you know. And again, this dude was targeted a lot in training camp. He was targeted a lot because he's a big target. You know, 1 second. I'm gonna read off his stats real quick, so y'all know. Hold up. Give me just 1 minute to find it. And I'll read it off to you. Give me 1 second. I'm looking through this. There he is. Okay. We're looking at a 6'1", 210-pound Chuba Hubbard. Now, does this man look like a wide receiver to you? Do these numbers right here that I'm highlighting right now suggest wide receiver to you? No. That says running back all the way. That's what that says to me. And even as a running back, let's see his numbers at rushing. 7 for 80. Here's where his strength is. 11.4 rushing. 59 yards gained on that one play. That is his strength. Now, we kept running Brown in the third quarter. This is what numbers he posted. 9 carries, 25 yards, 2.8 average, which is not good at all. And his longest was 6 yards. I get it. We wanted to know who he was. We found out. And again, you know, Steve Smith, called him out. He straight up called him out. He said, if you don't risk it, you don't get the biscuit. I think it was Brown that he called out. That was supposed to run it out of the end zone. That could have been Clark, but I think it was Brown. You know, if you saw that section, remind me. But I think it was him. I think it was Brown. No, it was Cannon. It was Cannon. It was definitely Cannon. We had him on kickoff returns. And I mean, he's been kind of disappointing me, to be real with you. He hasn't done much. And he was signed as a special teams man, return man. So, you know, I think he's going to stick back there unless we decide, you know, we can find somebody better to return the ball than him. Then he'll probably get practice squad or cut. Most likely cut. Yeah. Interesting scenario here. We had 2 fumbles. We had Easton fumble it, and we had Rodgers fumble it. But notice TJ Carey had 1 forced fumble. Now remember, I warned y'all about TJ Carey. That's a dangerous man. I don't know what he's doing at second in the depth spot, but he's there. For the same reason that Gross Matos is down at second spot, I still can't figure that one out either. But, you know, this man's been in the league, and he's dangerous. Now, let's take a look at the team's statistics. Now, this is what I want to get into heavily right here. I'm going to zoom this out just a little bit so we can fully put everything on the screen. Now, total first downs by rushing. We had 9 to deal with that we gave up. We go 9 rushing first downs. That's not good. We had 3. We successfully got 3 first downs off of rushing. Now, by passing, 7 first downs versus their 14. By penalty, we gave them a first down. They gave us 2. Third down efficiency. Now, this is the number I want to point out right here. 21.4%. 21.4%. I was listening to the Panthers radio network after this, and they pointed this one out. Ladies and gentlemen, they pointed this out very, very clearly. Now look at this number, 56.3. Anything above 40% when you're on defense is terrible. It is terrible. Ladies and gentlemen, that means your team is on the field too long. Way too long. Fourth down. We tried 2 fourth down conversions. We converted 1. You know, But, considering we shouldn't have been in those fourth down conversion situations to begin with. Total net yards 313 versus their 427. Now, a good chunk of that 427 was against pass coverage. But some of that was rushing. So we're going to take a look at how much in each section it was. Total offensive plays, we don't care about that. Except for the fact that they controlled the board. We only put up 54. They had 75. Okay, great. But look at the average gain per play. It's almost identical. It's almost identical. So we were making the same types of gains they were. The only difference is we were being stupid when we had the ball. Net yards rushing, 123 versus their 117. Average rushing yards per play, 5.6 versus their 3.3. Tackles for a loss and a number of yards. We had 2 tackles for a loss, and we lost 3 yards out of it. But notice this one, 6 tackles for a loss for them, and they lost 13 yards. And they still managed to keep these drives going. Scary thought right there, right? Net yards passing, 310 versus our 190. Times thrown to. Yards lost according to pass. Okay. Gross yards passing. There you go. You got 338 versus our 192 on the gross yards. So, we had a total of 16 for 31 passing. They had 25 for 36 with a pick. The Sam Ehlinger pick. 16 for 31 is not going to cut it. That's not good enough. PJ has got to get that accuracy under control. If he does, I guarantee you we're in the 20s range with those completions. Guarantee it. Probably 25, if I had to guess. 25 or 26. Which matches exactly what they had. Minus the 1 pick which Will Grier would have thrown. Right? Identical. Plus 5 more attempts and points on the board. For us. Which means we should have won this game. Had PJ gotten his act together and gotten those deep passes under control. I'm telling you, folks. This is something that is ongoing. And if he fixes it, we're in great shape. And I am all 100% for putting him at second string if he gets that under control. He's got everything else down. Except that. I'd love to see it. Average yard gain per pass play. 7.9 versus our 5.9. Now, what does that tell you? We're throwing the majority of our passes short. We threw some of our passes medium game, but the majority of our passes were short. That's a very important number right now. Considering game manager versus the starter, which is Sam Darnold, going out there and taking care of business, and keeping drives going and ending up with points. So hopefully Sam Darnold can do that. I am reserving hope. I think he can. It'll depend on the types of defenses he faces. There's a few defenses on that schedule this year that will test him. So we'll see. First 3 weeks, I'm not too concerned. I think the Saints will test him a little bit, but we'll see. So, don't expect that number to be too high when we go into that Saints game. First game, absolutely, that number is going to be inflated because it's the Jets. Saints game is going to be a little lower than you expect, probably like 6 point something. It'll be better than our backups for sure. But, don't expect it to be too high. So, special teams. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm interested in. 10 penalties for 64 yards. Do y'all see this? Let me blow this up so you can see it. Ten penalties for 64 yards. Yikes. And the majority of those were false starts. One of them was a helmet to helmet. One of them was a holding call. Yikes. They had 8 penalties too for 70 yards, but that's not unusual for a Colts preseason game. That's a little high typically for a Colts preseason game. You're looking at 5 or 6 maybe. First game jitters. But they do tend to make a lot of mistakes, false starts, offsides, stuff like that. Some little things. But they do add up. Fumbles, number, and lost. We had 3 fumbles. One of them was lost. They had 2 fumbles. We got 2 of them. We got both. Touchdowns. We had 1 passing. They had 2 rushing. And what does that tell you? That we need to look at our front 7 again. Maybe we overhyped them a little bit at the defensive tackle position. I didn't overhype them, but some other people might have. I thought they looked good, I went on record several times saying that they look good, in these videos in training camp. And, but the real test is against live opponents. So, now we just faced a live opponent. Now we know how good they really are. So, there you go. Red zone efficiency. 1 for 4. 1 for 4. Doesn't take a mathematician to figure out that that's not going to help us win games. And what's even worse is this time of possession versus theirs. That highlighted in blue, that's ours. Are we all starting to see the patterns that I am now? There's a lot of positive and negative patterns here. But that one's a big one. And if we can't figure out how to get this defense off the field and get some points on the board, we're going to be in big, big trouble. These are second stringers. These are third stringers. These are fourth stringers. We can't get off the field with those guys. With the amount of injuries we keep having, that's not encouraging. Ball possession drive chart. There you go. So I want y'all to see, like, look at our time of possessions, each one of these drives. We probably topped out at like 458. 343 is probably your best one. But typically you expect that's okay, that's the time of possession total, right? Right. That's the time lost. That's the time recorded. Okay, so these are kind of new categories for me. I've never seen those before. And then you see how we did. Here's the touchdown. How long was that one? 5:12. And then we lost a minute 56. So it was 3:16 before we got the ball. That is way too long. Yeah. I don't like that. Defensive statistics. Here we go. For anyone that loves statistics, now we're going to get into the meat of this whole sheet here. And the reason I waited this long to get into the stat sheet is because I know the real ones are going to stick around that are into this stuff. And now we're going to get into the nitty gritty if you're a stats person. So here we go. You got Celestin with 7 combined tackles. You got 5 by himself. You got Julius with 7 combined tackles. 4 of those were by himself, 3 assisted. Now, here's what I want to point out. 5 tackles, 0 assists. That's the number you like to see in this column. You like to see that number go up. Right there for the combined tackles. But you like to see the 0. Here's Wiley. 4. 0 assists. That's a beautiful number right there. That shows me he can handle it in open field by himself without help. That shows me a lot right there. That's when you read this chart, it's a language. It really is. And what that language speaks to me is that these players don't need that help. It's great when they get assists. Don't get me wrong. But when they don't need help, they can take care of it. And what's even better, look at the tackles for loss. 2. You got 1 pass deflection, too. So, going by the numbers, Wiley had a heck of a day. Thomas Oliver had a pass deflection as well. These numbers show up. Let's see. Let's see which other ones stand out to me. Middleton, Gross Matos. Obviously, if Gross Matos gets more reps with the starters, those numbers are going to grow. As of right now, for the people on Facebook that cannot see this chart, I just want to read these off to people. Wiley has 4 total tackles combined, 0 assists. Troy Pride with 5, 0 assists. And I mentioned Gross Matos has 2 total tackles, 0 assists. But he also has a tackle for a loss. And I don't know what Q means. Does anybody know what Q means in this column? I don't believe I've ever seen that before. But if you guys know what that means, please do let me know. It's probably something simple, that I already know what that stat is, but that actually has me curious. I might have to look that up later. And then here's Luvu with the sack. And that sack should show up in this chart. Let's see. Miscellaneous. Okay, yep. There's the sack. Gross Matos got his sack. There's Haynes' sack. And the strip fumble. Forced fumble recovery. There you go. And here's Kenny Robinson. Keep in mind, you got a pass deflection here. And I believe, I don't know what this column is either. The IN. Huh. I honestly, let me see. Interception. Oh, yep. Interception. Dummy. Stupid. Been streaming for too long today. I'm tired. My brain's not working properly. Of course that's interceptions. Duh. Alright. So what's the Q? The Q is let me check this chart down here. Is that supposed to be QH? I think that's supposed to be QH. Quarterback hit. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me now. Looking at this. Alright, guys. So realistically, that's what you're looking at. So we saw some quarterback hits. For us. Yeah, Heron, Christian Miller, Gross Matos, Donnerson had one. Luvu had one, which counts as a sack. Haynes had 2. One of them was a sack. For a total of 7. 7 quarterback hits, 1 We had 3 sacks on the day total. So overall, as a defense, this is what you're looking at. 76 combined tackles, 55 of those solo, 21 assisted. That tells me these guys can make open field tackles. That's what that tells me. We had 8 tackles for a loss. 8. And it was spread out evenly, which you like to see. Wiley, Franklin, Gross Matos, Luvu. All recording that. So, there you go. We had 6 pass deflections. We need that number to grow. Right there. We need that to grow. I like seeing it spread out. I'd like to see that go up. Particularly when you're talking about corners and linebackers. You need to see that number grow up. But 6 is not bad. That's a good start. But we got to... I'd like to see that be in the double digits for the starters. For the backups, 6 is okay. I'm looking more for 9. 8 or 9 is more what I'm looking for in the first game. But that's okay. You know, you guys did pretty well. I'm not going to complain about that. So now we look at the Colts. 45 combined tackles, 36 of those solo, 9 assisted tackles. Which tells me these guys are way better at open field tackling than we are. In the depth. They only had 1 sack. That tells me the offensive line did their job. And that was Ivy. Surprisingly. Now, this is the man I want to call to be everyone's attention here. If I can find my words. 1 forced fumble right there. But normally he has some pass deflections in this category too. So the fact that he's sitting back there and does not have any pass deflections really makes me think, maybe this is why he's second string. Maybe that number has gone down. Or maybe it hasn't. But he got that injury though. And when TJ Carey got that injury, I thought, okay, now we can start targeting a few people that we couldn't before, because I was nervous about trying to target anyone that Carey was covering. I was very, very nervous. Because with Will Grier, that's going to be a pick. With PJ Walker, it's just going to be an overthrown ball. So I wasn't worried about it in the first half. That didn't bother me. Except for the fact that he locked up a few options for us at wide receiver so we couldn't throw to him. But yeah, normally you see about 2 pass deflections from him per game at least. So the fact that he had 0, that tells you injury or he was just having a bad day. But he still got a forced fumble though. Which tells you this man is still very, very dangerous. So that plays the Colts and TJ Carey is healthy. Look out. If he's not on the field, you got nothing to worry about. But that's the man that scares me on that defense. Legitimately. And, he's only a second-year man. That's the thing. This man's already making me nervous. And he didn't even play an entire half. So, that should tell you something. We're going to run into a few of those types of people this year, and we got to be ready for them. Let's see. Rushing Chuba 7 for 80. I think we covered all of that. This is the game summary. You can get this on the Panthers website by clicking on the box score. And I'll show y'all exactly how to get this. So you go on the website and you go final stats. That's how you find this. And it's just loaded with good information in here. So and like I said, stats tell you half the story. Excuse the yawn. But watching these players, watching how they get beat and why they get beat, teaches you a lot more than stats ever will. Watching what they do right, technique-wise, watching what they do right, mechanics-wise, on film, teaches you way more than these stats ever will. This is only half the game right here, is stats. And if you're only focused on stats, you're missing half of the game. Point blank, you're missing it. So at this point in the game, into the first quarter, we're looking at 1 for 3 on third down conversions, right? They're looking at 2 for 4. That's PJ Walker. Yeah. Second quarter. This is the summary I want. 2 for 5 on third down. They went 2 for 4. And they failed their fourth down conversion. Again, that's PJ Walker. So you're looking at a combined 3 for, is that 5? 3 for 8 total for the first half of third down conversions. 3 for 8. Now, remember that number. Remember that number because we're going to compare that to Will Greer's. Now, keep in mind, there were a lot of rushing plays in that second half. So, this is going to be, take this with a grain of salt in the second half compared to the first number. But the first half, those were all balanced plays. There was a balance of run and pass. Now, let's take a look at the second half third down conversion numbers. 0 for 3 in the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, we're looking at 0 for 3 as well. So that's a combined 0 for 6. Now, how many rushing plays in the second half versus the first half did we have? That's what comes into play here. Majorly. When you compare these two quarterbacks. Because you can't count the time of possession where Will Greer was mostly handing the ball off. That's not going to count. So this is strictly not enough pass attempts to really get an accurate reading on Will Greer, right? Only 10. 10 attempts. And he completes 6. So, I mean, still, that's 60%, guys. Largest lead, we had a 12-point lead. And we had 5 minutes and 23 seconds actually leading in this game. In this section of the game. Think about that. Then, that lead got cut down to 8. Look at the time of possession that they led for. This is after halftime. This is when Will Greer came in. And our offense completely collapsed. 11:49. Yikes. So as a whole, total, that's not good. So I kind of wanted to break those numbers down for you guys. Is there anybody that you would specifically like me to look up in the stats here? I would be happy to do that for you. Since I'm on this stat sheet, mention a name and I'll be happy to look it up for you. Now is the time. Because I would like to look at Matt Rule's presser, and then we'll probably call it a stream after that. Actually, consider it's almost 4 hours stream time. I will do Matt Rule's presser probably in the next stream. So that's what will probably happen. Any last minute players you want me to talk about, look up, anything. Ask me a question, anything. Now would be the time. Because I got a few minutes here. So go for it. I'll give you a couple minutes, guys, while I go through some Facebook pages and see what people are saying. Give me just a second to get rid of these chats here. Hold on. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Come on, load up. Thank you. Evaluation of the battle between these two. You've heard my analysis. I'm gonna say real quick. I'm gonna shout out some people in here. Any comments that catch my attention real quick. Got a couple of minutes so I could do that. I don't think anyone considers this a battle. Greer would be lucky to have a roster spot. Disagree. Walker. PJ. Greer was hot garbage. Come on, man. See, this is the type of stuff I'm talking about, though. Where you cannot... I feel like there's a lot of troll posts in this group. Yeah, this is mostly troll posts. All right, let's move on to something serious. Okay, yeah. I don't know what game y'all are watching, but yeah, these are troll posts. I'm not even gonna respond to this. Don't feed the trolls, guys. Seriously. If you see this junk on Facebook, on Twitter, anywhere like that, and you know it's clearly a troll post, don't feed the trolls. Seriously. Unless you can troll just right along with them. And I don't even bother with it. I do. Okay. Yeah. Season efficient. Ellinger shines late as Colts beat Panthers. Yeah. See, I told y'all, man. Keep an eye on Ellinger. I told y'all. We'll go through some of these on a different stream. You know, if people have any players that they want to point out, we'll do that. Mostly, I'm not seeing much that really catches my eye. Um. All right, you know what? Better idea. In case you guys were not paying attention to my Facebook page or my Facebook group page, I'm gonna read off some of these for you. Some of these posts that I was putting up. All right. O-line started sloppy, but they got it together. Love seeing Luvu get that tackle. Eflin looking good. Stanley is being targeted. PJ pretty good drive, but you know that deep ball. Yikes! I warned y'all about that. PJ, come on, bro. Overthrow the red zone, forcing to pass in double coverage when he could have run it in. Use your brain, bro. Also, nice strip sack, Haynes, while being held. Yeah, and he was being held. That's the thing. He made that strip sack while being held. That's the crazy part about it. Like, that's why, I'm just like, Haynes is freaking. I like Haynes right now. I don't know about y'all, but I like Haynes. Troy gets beat on the push, but showing great out there. Nice sack, Luvu. Chandler's showing up today. I need a bit more from that run stopping, though. For average of 4 yards a carry right now. Push a little harder, guys. And again, like Chuba, like he threw it right to it. I don't understand. Here's the biggest one. Stop the false starts. Stop the holding. Stop beating ourselves. That should have been 17 points. 17 points, folks. And it wasn't. Joey wide right again. We're going to look at him. We're going to look at him this week. Kenny Robinson with a pick. Yeah. And there you go. So that's that. Please feel free to join the public group. Ask for an invite. I will definitely add you on the member requests. It'll pop up on my notifications. I don't miss a beat. So please feel free if you're interested in that. And you'll get to see a lot of in-game posts like that. You'll get to see polls. You'll get to see live streams. stuff like that. So, you know. And also, if you have not liked and subbed to this channel yet, please do so. If you made it this far and you're enjoying the content, I'm surprised you haven't subbed yet. But if you have, thank you. I appreciate every one of you. I wish I could call every one of y'all out right now and give y'all a shout out, but you know, my time is short. So, with that in mind, I hope y'all are happy, healthy, and well. Keep pounding.